Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to be in the world today. We're getting our Final Fantasy XIV stream going here. And I hope everyone's doing okay. Let us know down in the comments how you're doing. You got anything on your mind, anything you'd like to talk about? Put that down there too. That's what we're here for. Chat with you while we enjoy the game together. Of course, if you just prefer to lurk and enjoy the atmosphere in the game with us as well, by all means do that too. We're just happy to have you here. So let's get going. We left ourselves off on the moon last time. See what all we need to get done here. Our next step was to talk to Growing Way, one of those rabbits, Lupperets. I don't think there's any. There's a couple here. Oh yeah, there's some quests here we could take care of. Got some ether current quests we can knock out, so let's go ahead and do those. Carrots, it's what for dinner? Oh bother. There's no sign of any of them, and it's almost time to eat. Yawning Way. You there. If you happen to be heading to the Caratorium, could you let my fellows know it's mealtime? If we don't eat, I can't take my nap. Many thanks. They should come running at the mention of carrots of happiness, so just say those 3 magic words and they'll be on their way. Okay. I suppose I can do that. And what's this one about here? True carrot crimes. Ooh. Excuse me, miss. Have you by chance seen any thieves prowling about with ill-gotten iron carrots? They're crimson tender, surprisingly heavy. The carrots, that is, not the thieves. If you haven't seen them yet, I'm sure you will. We've been told that you adventurers are quite good at solving crimes that no one else can be bothered with. Wonderful. I'm relying on you to solve our carrot caper. Honestly, what manner of fiend would deny a Lopperet their dinner? Anyway, our culprit or culprits took 4 carrots in all. Those are not easy to carry about, so I dare say they can't have gotten far. Alright, well, let's see. Let's start up this way, maybe. And we have to say something with carrots of happiness in it. All right. All right, let's see. Say... Yo. You looking to eat some... Eat a carrot of happiness, perhaps. Carrots of happiness, you say? My, is it that time already? I was working out projections for optimal carrot production based on the total population of Aetheris to ensure that... Oh, never mind. I must make haste or I'll miss out on seconds. All right. And then let's see, let's head out another way. To the west. Yeah, we want to head over there and grab that for sure. while we're here. See how far away these others are. Oops. $274 northwest. I think we come back here to get that. Yo. You looking to eat a carrot of happiness, perhaps? Could that mean, yes, it must be time to eat at last? Oh, how I have waited for this moment. There's nothing like a carrot of happiness to fill the void in one's belly and soul. Well, I'm glad you love it. And there's a supporter, carrot supporter. Bleep, bleep. Insufficient stock of iron carrots. Iron carrot detected. Initiating iron carrot procurement. Oh, bother. Okay. Let's get my bird out here. There we go, got that one. Yeah, we'll come back for that one. I think we may have to come back here again. We'll see. Drooling operate. Yo, you looking to eat a carrot of happiness, perhaps? The deep, luscious orange, that tempting, slender silhouette. Wait for me, my darlings, I'm coming for you. Alright, well that's two of them. Two knocked out there. You're back. Please tell me you found the carrots. I sure did. The supporter? I never would have suspected. It's supposed to help us farm carrots, not eat them. I recall the technician said something about enhancing its code with a love for carrots to increase work efficiency, but to go so far as to steal carrots for itself, I fear it may now love them a little too much. Alas, those poor carrots. But at least we know what became of them and how to prevent this happening again. Thank you for your assistance. Awesome. Ah, you've returned. And everyone else is accounted for. Sustenance is essential for us Loperates, though I suppose people are the same. In any case, we expend a lot of effort in raising a whole variety of carrots. Carrots of happiness are a new cultivar that are particularly comforting, though. It seems almost silly to have our workers consume so many carrots just so that we can produce more carrots. But that's a problem that can be solved with even more carrots. No need to worry about the details. I'll work out the figures just as soon as... What were we talking about? Alright, well that deserves some more tea, I think. Nothing way. Good, you're here. Through this door is Greatest End's Vale. It was named as such because it's the veil to end all veils, the most beautiful forest you'll ever see. We understand the people of Aetheris enjoy taking leisurely walks through natural spaces and the like, so I'm sure you'll enjoy it. How about we start with a nice stroll to the fountain? This way. Okay. Go see this awesome veil. So far looks like just like the other side. And there's something here. East. Here it is. Next one's a bit southeast, kind of the direction we're headed here. There it is, there's the other one. The other ones are outside somewhere. From that location anyways. Let's see. Next. So, what did you think of the forest? Isn't it positively pleasant? Simply sublime. Forest. I couldn't see the forest or the trees. I didn't see any. Wait. I didn't see any. Wait. You don't mean those crystals out there are... Right you are. Our forest is made of crystals and constructs, dotting the landscape as far as the eye can see. Building this place was a challenge, let me tell you. Since we were born here, we've never seen trees in person before, let alone a forest. The information sent by our collaborators was quite enlightening, but after much deliberation, we decided to use crystalline constructs in place of living trees. And thanks to our atmospheric circulation system, this place produces air as clean as that you'd find in a forest on Aetheris. The fountain here behind us, powered by the rather large crystal adorning its top, plays a vital role in supplying us with fresh water. Well, that is quite a crystal up there. Much time and effort was spent making it the most spherical of spheres, and I dare say the unparalleled roundness speaks for itself. I enjoy nothing more than a nice long stretch, and a spot of relaxation whenever I come up here. You look like you could do with a stretch yourself. Okay, well I guess we could do for a bit of a stretch here. Feeling tense, Anne? Why not stretch and relax? He looks at you expectantly. They want me to stretch. Okay, well I guess I can stretch. I did, but I guess I have to target him maybe? Let's do it again. There we go. That's the spirit. I feel more relaxed simply watching you. A sight worth the many years spent building this place. If it's not too much to ask, it's always been a dream of mine to take a walk through this forest with someone from Aetheris. Could we maybe... Sure. You will? Oh, be still, my quivering whiskers. Growing Way is with us, so we will accompany Growing Way to the next spot here. I was thinking, Anne, that I could be more helpful to you by teaching you a little about the moon and what it is we do. When we were first created, the moon's sole purpose was to hold Zodiark, and there was absolutely nothing to be found here. Eventually, Hydaelyn gave us our first task, furnish the moon with propulsion systems capable of facilitating travel to other stars. It sounds impressive, and I suppose in some respects it is, but it was only possible thanks to all the knowledge Hydaelyn shared with us. We also had a lot of time to get it done. 6,000 years, give or take. But anyway, let's keep going. Something else to check out here. Let's see what he says here. Ask if you can taste the rainbow crystal. What? No, I'm not sure what it is you do with crystals on Aetheris, but we don't eat them, and certainly not this one. It's possessed of all 6 elements: wind, lightning, fire, earth, ice, and water. We use crystals like these to maintain the moon's elemental equilibrium. Okay. It's worth mentioning, though, that because of Hydaelyn's influence, being the embodiment of tranquility and stasis and all, manipulating the elements here is different than it might be on Aetheris. A conjuring of fire would sooner dry your clothes than singe them, for example. Put simply, the etheric conditions are ill-suited to growth, which is why the surface is mostly barren. Of course, this was all necessary to keep the raging energies of Zodiark in check. Alright, cool. Run over here to the next one then. This may come as a surprise, but we didn't begin building the habitable areas until after the propulsion systems were ready. Considering how long it took, I wish we'd started sooner. Who would have thought we'd need 4,000 years to make all this? It certainly wasn't work you dare rush either. We had to create infrastructure and countless supporting systems, some of which wouldn't be operational until hundreds of years later. And then there was that brief period where our productivity came to a screeching halt when that bizarre red satellite was sent up from Aetheris. The Allagan's mischief, I think. We thought maybe some new nefarious actor was colluding with Zodiark. All we could do was stand by and brace ourselves for the worst. I can't tell you how relieved we were when Hydaelyn informed us of its destruction. Oh yes, there was much joyous humming that day. Say, do you notice anything peculiar about the treetops? I mean, apart from the fact they're massive crystals and not trees. Let's see, what do we notice? They have rings around them, rings of some sort. On the tallest ones anyways. I'll give you a hint. It's the golden rings emanating from the glowing spheres. Well, that's a little more than a hint, but thank you. Along with the device fixed near the ceiling, they fulfill a role similar to our sun, and do so better even. The sun and similar celestial objects in the great expanse radiate energy that is harmful to your bodies. These rings shield you from that energy while allowing you to bathe in the perfect amount of sunlight, or rather, a close approximation to it. Pretty impressive, wouldn't you say? Oh, and if you look closely, you'll see different types of trees have ever so slightly different curvature. Yes, indeed, this forest truly is the greatest. Yeah, if you say so. Growing Way, we're happy to indulge you on this for sure. Quite an accomplishment. You should be proud. There was something else I wanted to tell you about. Oh, right. The propulsion system and habitat facilities were completed around 2,000 years ago, and with that, the most important features were fit for purpose. Which was all well and good, except we still knew absolutely nothing about the present-day people of Aetheris. Why not go and visit Aetheris yourself, you might ask? Strictly forbidden. Were our technology or knowledge of the moon's true purpose exploited for evil ends, the results could be disastrous. I can understand that. Then there were a few more rejoinings, and it became increasingly difficult to converse with Hydaelyn. Fearful we might lose the ability to communicate with her altogether, we beseeched her to find people on Aetheris we could trust to help. We were quite fortunate everything worked out as it did. With the exception of routine inspections and maintenance, we remained asleep and waited, hopeful Hydaelyn would find someone who would help us. Eventually she did, and though her power was waning, we were able to speak to them directly for a short while. We shared with them everything we could, including our knowledge of the heavens and a means to travel here to the moon. They certainly didn't waste any time with what we taught them. No more than a few years after that, our collaborators found a means to convey messages and supplies to us from down below. With all the letters, books, and other resources they sent, we learned enough to start making more meaningful changes to the moon. And now you're here, hopefully enjoying yourself as much as I am. I knew you would like Greatest Ennsville. I knew it. Thank you again for coming here, by the way. I know it was just a walk through the forest, but it meant a lot to me. There you are. I take it you've already received the grand tour? A shame we missed it. Growing Way, I've been looking all over for you. Oh, is this about the teleporter to the residential area? No, never mind that. We have more pressing matters at hand. I will be calling an emergency meeting shortly, and your attendance is required. Really? I can't imagine why you'd need me there, but if you insist. We won't be away long, so you all are more than welcome to continue looking about the burrow. Now, come along, Growing Way. Before we arrived, you seemed to be in the midst of a rousing conversation with your guide. Did you learn anything of import? They've spent 12,000 years preparing for this. With the appointed hour fast approaching, I can certainly understand their restlessness, but still. It remains to be seen if the people can be persuaded to evacuate when there are yet no signs of the final days. What's more, the technology of this place defies imagination. I doubt there are many who would readily come to terms with living in such surroundings. Whoever these collaborators are, unless they are possessed of the world's most charming personalities or a means to forcibly evacuate people, they will meet with a great deal of resistance. Indeed, even if faced with annihilation, the decision to forsake all one knows cannot be made lightly. Forgive me, friends, but I must beg your leave. There is another matter which yet begs for mine attention. Of course, we can accompany you if you like. Nay, that will not be necessary. If you will excuse me. Any more up here? Nope. Nothing close by here anymore. It is clear now that difficult decisions lie ahead of us. Preparation for the evacuation of Aetheris is indeed crucial, but I am not yet willing to forsake our world and its reflections, and I trust I am not alone in my reticence. Ooh, we getting us some more foot gear. Did Urianger seem strange to you? More so than usual, I mean. I know he has a penchant for keeping his own counsel, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Would you go and see if he's all right? Pistola and I will remain here and see what else we can learn about the final days. If you hurry, perhaps you can catch up to him. Alright, well, let's go see if we can catch up to Urianger then. No more quests opened up there. Doesn't look like it. Survey says Urianger appears to be heading towards the entrance to Bestways Burrow. Well, then we'll head towards the entrance too then. Alright, more surveying. Urianger ventures off into Mare Lamentorum for reasons unknown. You must tread carefully, else he might sense your presence. And that would be bad because... why? Is he going to explode or something if he sees us, or what? Alright, we'll follow him from a safe distance, if we can. And try not to fall too far behind. Hiding behind some rock. Oh, slow down there, big boy. He's hoofing it. Alright, well that should be good, I think. Here we go. Awesome. We did it. But for some reason it's okay now that he sees us. Okay, whatever.
Thine arrival is timely as ever. Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Livingway, I presume? 'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless, I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity? And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Menphilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain, brokered by my hand, were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning, one which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Well, have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can.
Sage counsel indeed. I see. Wisdom as befits a great worm. Curious that he should think thee in need of such encouragement. Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly. I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. It would be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
What are they saying? Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all! No matter. We've got our plans.
In truth, my reason for traveling hither was to effect a plan of mine own, a plan which may pave a way forward for all of us. May, I say, for there is no guarantee of success. 'Tis the reason I set out alone. That failure, should it come, would be mine to bear alone. Yet thou standest before me with proffered hand and open heart. 'Twould be remiss of me to refuse thy amity, and so I ask, wouldst thou join in mine endeavor? Well, sure. Let's get our footgear. New footgear. Shoes of aiming. There we go. And what are we at? We are at eye level 530 now. That's cool. And we'll be getting new hand gear, 533 hand gear. I thank thee for accompanying me. 'Tis a simple plan in truth. We shall not be long away from Bestway's Burrow. Difficult decisions must needs be made in the coming days, but I nevertheless believe we are all of one mind in our desire to save the people of Aetheris. To make clear our resolve to the Loperites, I would offer them a gift, but its making doth require a most singular ingredient. And let's see, I think we can go grab us at least 1 or 2 ether currents while we're out here. Southwest. Oh yeah. We'll go grab that one too. Before we head on over with Urianger. East. Yeah, that's a ways off. Ah, an abundance of sponjoy. Excellent. I chanced to spy this aggregation when crossing Zodiark's erstwhile prison. Using a spell taught to me by the Pneumo, I believe these shall suffice for the gift I would fashion. The magic requireth considerable concentration, however. Might I prevail upon thee to stand watch whilst I perform the incantation? Why, certainly. that destroys them. All right, let's survey says. Surveying the nearby area, you see no sign of potential threats. This would be a good opportunity to see how Urianger is faring. Then we'll go check on him. Urianger remains fixated on his work. There, 'tis done. A magicked ink, every ounce as efficacious as that crafted by the Pneumo. Hey Key, how are you doing today? Rare is the occasion I would conjure mine own, but is nevertheless a most useful skill. The resulting product is, admittedly, possessed of no preternatural properties, but its hue is one of mine own choosing, which I pray the Loperates will appreciate. Doing all right, just doing some crafting on your third. Ah, yeah, doing great here. We're on the moon, getting closer to flying here anyways. Other than that, yeah, we've had a little bit of rain, I guess, the past day or so around here, and feeling good, feeling happy and healthy, so all's good here. Thanks. And Urianger, oh thank goodness, I thought you had been eaten or had perhaps fallen into a crater. Y'shtola has been looking all over for you, Anne. She says she needs to speak with you about something most urgent. Dire, even. She was also quite clear that she wishes to speak with Anne alone, which means, I'm afraid, you must stay behind, Urianger. But worry not. It just so happens we need your help with an errand. Delivering a package from the Watcher's Palace to Bestway's Burrow. It's quite large and heavy, perhaps even too heavy for we poor Loperates, and we would be ever so grateful if you could lend us a hand. That's convenient. Suspiciously convenient. Are you insinuating I would betray the trust of Heidelin's Chosen, or worse, do anything to risk getting on Y'shtola's bad side? He's clearly not one to be crossed, nor made to wait. Now, off with you. Worry not, Anne. I shan't be long. All right. Let's see. Was there any other... Yes, we'll come back out and get that later. Oh, Anne, we thought you would be away for far longer. A dire emergency? I said no such thing. But as you are here, I could use your assistance with one small matter. Running Way, a companion of Growing Ways, apparently has much to tell us of the final days. The problem, however, is that he is determined to live up to his name, refusing to stay still long enough for us to hold a conversation. Is there any way he's likely to stop and rest, or perhaps there's a way to slow him down? What's the rush? I was thinking we should wait here, maybe enjoy a cold mug of carrot juice and... No? Well, if it's really that important. You can try using these balls of moose flesh, not to be confused with the other thing. Running Way's other notable feature is his incessant chatter, so you'll have no trouble finding him in a crowd, and when you do, try lobbing your balls at him. I don't like the sound of that. Crude, but if it proves effective, he was here in Greatest Ennsvale when last I saw him. Let us split up and find him. Certainly, let's do that. All right. Let's lob some balls at Running Way then, I guess. See how many times I fail this one. All right, let's see if we can do this. Let's find somebody who's likely to be a Running Way here. There comes a runner. I don't know if it's him. Oops. Yeah. Is that him? I got him. First try. Awesome. Ow, that's smart. If this was meant to be a joke, it isn't funny. I usually have to hit a couple of them before I finally get the right one. Yes, I'm Running Way. Do you mind explaining why you hit me in the face with your balls of moose flesh? I'm highly knowledgeable about the final days. That's the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I woke up. Who told you that joke? As if we've got time to look into the final days when there's so much to do before the great voyage. It's true that Hydaelyn did impart to us some knowledge of the event, but I know about as much as any other Loporrit around here. Less, probably. I don't know why anyone would think it's funny to go around telling people I'm an expert, but they'd better hope I don't get my paws on them. Sorry, I couldn't be of more help, but if there's nothing else, I've work to do. And I'm off. What a strange little bunny. Okay, where's she? Not too far away there. I could find neither hide nor hair of him. How did you fare? I found him. So, he knows no more than the others. Care to explain yourself, Growing Way? Well, you see, I misremembered. Yes, that's it. I misremembered. Terribly sorry about that. Afraid I'm drawing a blank, though. Try as I might, I can't remember who I was thinking of. On an unrelated note, what of Urianger? I assume you spoke with him earlier, but did he say when he'll be returning? On his way to the Watcher's Palace with Living Way. Between Growing Way's sudden lapse of memory and our lack of other leads, maybe our time would be better spent lending Urianger a hand. What? Now hold on a moment. It's all coming back to me. Yes, I remember. The information you're looking for is in the archives. Yes, that's where you'll find all sorts of useful knowledge, including that pertaining to the final days. So, how do you confuse some books with another Loporrit, I wonder? Yay, more stuff. High level 531 now. Hey, ether current. Awesome. Growing way is fidgeting with nervous energy, but is it from excitement or worry? Oh, what to do, what to do. I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Loporrits are up to something, but if there is aught to be learned of the final days, I think it best we play along, for now at least. Alright, well, let's see. Speak with Growing Way up on the upper floor. Alright. And there's still another ether current to get over on the far side. We unlock any other quests? Yeah, there's 2 more quests here. I will go get that done. Get those done, and then we'll come back and do the story here. It's Knocking Way. Hail, person. Yes, you. Do you have a moment? You see, ever since we awoke for inspection, a friend of mine has been acting a little funny. Funnier than usual, even. I can hear him sighing from all the way over here. I would go and call on him, as I do, but he always insists that nothing's wrong. I think he'd be unable to help himself from opening up to you, though. He has always been ever so fond of people. Would you mind lending him an ear or two? Sure, just leave it to me. I'll do it. Many thanks to you. My friend's name is Dreaming Way, and he should be somewhere nearby. Just follow the lamentatious snuffling. Check out the lamentatious snuffling. Stay focused, Dreaming Way. Sure, you're no working way, but... Oh my. You're not a Loporrit. That's right. Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I truly talking with a visitor from Aetheris? Whatever can I help you with, kind madam? One of your friends asked me to check on you. Who put you up to such a thing? In any case, I couldn't bother an honored guest with my silly troubles. Maybe I can help. If you insist, perhaps I could share a nibble of what's on my mind. But first, may I ask your name? An adventurer, a truly spectacular name. I'm sure it speaks to your character in one way or another. Ha, he said character. Ah, if only I could say the same for mine. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose dream from that tome of words, for try as I might, I have no such thing. And seeing everyone else live up to their names since our awakening has only made me more aware of it. The people of Aetheris on the other paw seem to dream a great deal. Have you any advice for me? Focus on what you love to do. But that's the problem. I haven't the foggiest idea what that would be. Though my fellow Loporrits might. I've known them since, well, since we were created, so perhaps they see something in me that I cannot. With their help, you must be able to find an objectively appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best what would be of service to mankind, after all. I guess I do. I'm all ears, so you need only tell me once you've come up with something, anything at all. Hello, cheerful Loporrit. He's no sluggard, I can tell you that. Always happy to lend a paw when there's work to be done. Compared to some of the others, well, let's just say that he's a great help. You want to know about Dreaming Way? I can't say I know him terribly well. He's always rushing off on a new task just as soon as he finishes the old one. I've always thought him a good sort, though. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's get us some water. And we start this one too, I guess. I hear you have a penchant for excitement and adventure, is that correct? Then I assume in your travels you have doubtless heard tales of the Allagans. The Allagans, don't get me started. I thought as much. I asked because I have plans to survey an Allagan relic not far from here. The weapons guarding it, however, make it too dangerous for me to go alone. I trust you see where this is going. So, are you interested in a little adventure? You bet I am. Much obliged. Now, let's be off. No time to waste. Yeah, in a little bit. We'll be out there after a while. Dreaming Way? He can do anything he sets his mind to. He doesn't complain about getting his paws dirty either. That said, I'm not sure I can think of anything he's particularly gifted at. Alright. And I think I've got one more inside here. Gotta get to. Northwest. I figured you'd probably see me. But unless you can run faster than my bird, you will never catch me. There it is up there. Pretty sure I can jump that. And the other ones are way outside, I guess. All right, let's go. Let's just port on back over here and report to Dreaming Way. Did they have aught of interest to share? Please say they did. That's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. Perhaps I was never meant to dream. It's never too late to dream. You really think so? Goodness, people are truly as kind as they say. In that case, I promise not to give up until we've found my dream, even if it's the last thing I do. Huh, that got grim. Let's exhaust our other options before we go for anything potentially lethal, shall we? Ooh, what would that give me? A ring? What have I got on me right now? 530s. Well, that might be worth doing. My warmest and fuzziest thanks for your continued help, Anne. I was thinking, if the other Loprits can't tell you what I might be best at, perhaps you could follow me around and see for yourself. My primary work includes gathering materials, equipment maintenance, and most importantly, carrot production, all indispensable to our day-to-day operations, as I'm sure you agree. As for what to show you, perhaps a spot of foraging. Everyone likes a good forage. We'll need to go and see Thinking Way in Greatest Ensville first. They're the Loprit who allocates this sort of work. I'd hate to step on any toes. Any others pop up here? Just working on those. All right. I don't remember there being a ring quest there. Maybe that's new in one of the newer patches. Hey, Thinking Way. I see you have a rather special companion today, Dreaming Way. What's the occasion? Oh, nothing of import. She's simply here to observe me as I go about my day. Speaking of which, are there any tasks in need of doing? As a matter of fact, there are. Building Way is in need of more crystals. Could you perchance mine some? Oh, but of course, I suppose he'll want the usual assortment. Right then, it's off to Vallis Vulneris. I'll go on ahead and look for a suitable deposit of crystals. All right. Oh, that's outside. Okay, well, that'll be kind of convenient, I think, or not. Let's see. Oh, that's way down there. Interesting. All right, well, let's see. Let's see where this other quest takes us here. Yeah. Get us a new ring. Unlock some more ether currents. And then finish up the this quest for the main story here, which should unlock our flying ability. Alright, so a few to knock out outside here, and then we'll have to come back inside. Alright, let's see if we can get there. I think there's one up there. Yep. Yep. There it is. Hello. There we go. I got up there and then I fell off again. Probably pick an easier way, couldn't I? Here we go. And then the next one's southwest there, I think. Yep. We cross back over to this other area. Yeah, and I need the downfall hunters. Well, that's convenient too. Crash site is just ahead. If you find anything that may prove useful, I'd be grateful if you could retrieve it for me. Onward then. After you. Yep, there's that other one there. Alright, we found them all now. Yep, we got all the outdoor ones, and we're gonna have to go over there somehow. Oops. I guess we can only get there by coming in from this direction, perhaps. We'll give that a look-see in a bit. For now, let's go ahead and work on this one here. Fascinating remnant. A bit of Allagan technology is certainly fascinating. A shame it's too bulky to carry back. Another fascinating remnant. And of course it's going to attack me. Alright. Whatever. And there's the last one. This apparatus is offline, but appears to be transportable. You place it in your ambiguously sized bag. I'm glad they finally recognize it's crazy for us to have pockets like that. That's all we needed, just that one. Let's see. Yeah. See if we can avoid attracting any extras here. Yay. Phew, a moment longer and that drone would have alerted more. Now, did you find anything of interest? Oh, let me have a look. No, you're right. It must wait until we get back. All right. So then let's head over to here, which I guess we'll get to from here. What on over there? That would have been easier to complete once we got flying. I probably should have done that. Oh well. Oh well. There you are. Aha, you found me. Truth be told, while I was waiting, I felt an itch to get started, and before I knew it, I had gathered all the crystals Building Way will need. I have a feeling he could use some sand as well, though, so why not collect it while we're here? I'm sure one bit of gray sand looks much like the rest to you, but trust me, the gray sand here is the best. It's simple work enough, so would you care to join me? Splendid. I'll let you have the deposits right outside the grot. Those are always so delightfully gritty. Return here when you've filled a bag or two. Okay. Looks like we have to go up. Or somewhere here, maybe. Not sure. There's some gray sand. Alright. How many are we getting? 2? I see another sparkly over in the distance, so that should do it. Back to Dreaming Way. How was the sand? You be the judge. Lovely as ever. Building Way will be delighted. We should make our delivery to Thinking Way as soon as possible. Last one there is a moldy carrot. All right, there we go. Safe at last. Now, show me what you found. Here's the systems cube I found. This is an Allagan decryption unit. With it, we could read Allagan tombstones about history, science, poetry, if we had any, which we do not. An adventure for another day, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm deeply excited by the prospect, as I'm sure you can tell. You have my heartfelt gratitude. Here's an ether current. Hey, legend. Some beautiful emotes there. Ah, that was efficient. Did you manage to procure what I asked for? And more. I thought that Building Way might want some of that oh-so-sandy Vallis vulnerus sand, so we went ahead and gathered that too. Now that you mention it, he did ask me to procure some gray sand. Heavens, it would have been embarrassing if I turned up without a grain. Do you remember what he needed it for? I vaguely recall mention of a pit full of the stuff. Apparently, the children of Aetheris enjoy such things. I'm more curious about how you were aware of this request. Building Way said he hadn't told anyone but me about his latest project. Well, I must have overheard you two talking when I was out collecting crystals last time. Given how far the grot is from here, that seems incredibly unlikely. But never mind that. You brought the sand, and for that I am most grateful. See what I mean? That's some good sand. Now, while enjoying this tiny glimpse of my day-to-day life, did you find any dreams I might be capable of aspiring to? I can call you Psychic Way, I think. Oh, don't worry if you haven't. We've only just begun after all. I really must learn to be patient. Surely the right inspiration is out there just waiting to strike. Yay, a new ring. Oh, there's another one? What does that do? No gear for that. I won't worry about that one then. There we go. Alright, let's move on with the story. Let's check our ether currents, make sure we are everywhere we need to be here. Yep, we just need that one last story current from the main story and we'll be able to fly here. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll just have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing Way, enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did you yourselves not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but the moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Aetheris, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Living Way's game. Run us about in circles and, failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Urianger. He understands what is at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aetheris and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of your plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Aetheris will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe and we'll finally get to see all their happy, smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene where Argus awaits outside. Okay. Alright, Growing Way, your turn. Huh. Okay. Here we got our Bosom Buddies achievement for the week there. Bosom Buddies 1, that is. Good, you're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Urianger. Let's go.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Aetheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. It is clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations. Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loperids were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway?
Pudding.
Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate. And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Livingway's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home.
Got a popcorn face. All right, popcorn, popcorn. Popcorn, popcorn. We love popcorn while we listen to Urianger. Popcorn.
Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
That flower, how came it into your possession? How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions, intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The Sharlayan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The Forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
It was a relief to see Livingway was pleased with my gift of ink. to serve and serve well. Though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if it doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you, in all our fellow Scion. When next I return to Aetheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. Yay, we can fly here now. And there's just that one down there which doesn't do anything for us right now. Ooh, what are we getting? More headgear. All right. 533. With the Loporrits and Urianger's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the star will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when or where or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed, though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need to be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first, to Camp Broken Glass. It's good to see you all again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, and believe me, we intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the number requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, and so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to proffer assistance, particularly those that were but recently subject to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow Scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not all, no. We have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment has begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alisae's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decisions regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnair. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instruction in the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porksea affords her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force to continue offering aid to those here in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the moon and the Telophoroi? The final days. Gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also release your fellow scions from their present duties that they may return to Sharlayan. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow scions, you'll be happy to hear that Mistress Kryle, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldessian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiarch, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. An admirable but futile endeavor. Mayhap you're right. And I suppose if anyone is to hunt him down, it must be you. Who else could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downfall. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Viator Galvus, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Van Daniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's not but his bloodlust to keep him company. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will keep you no longer. I pray you safe passage back to Sharlayan. And we shall head back there, it looks like. Back in town. Hey, Kryl. Welcome back, Anne. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that I apologize. Eidolon called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream barely remembered, my body flowing through the life stream toward Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite, exhausted of ether. So exhausted, in fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's weariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this. Though we prevented Zodiark from being unleashed upon the world, I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. We did a thing, and then we did another thing. Perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before you give your account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. All right, let's do that. We will wait for our comrades. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid, though Anne can explain why better than I. Final days, as befell Amarat. And we are to escape via the moon? What of the source and its reflections? I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So, how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarat, the solution would be to alter the flow of ether throughout the entirety of the star. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiark, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing, but it should go without saying that such a sacrifice cannot be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amaratines could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we found no clues in Mare Lamentorum. There is still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amaratines' creation magics, but we command no such power. Which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum then. Having worked with the Loporrits in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I have urgent news. The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside, some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out.
Order! Order, I say! I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The End-Bearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. The time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself. She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the Great Exodus. For his impressive contributions, and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Thavnair, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties. With that, I hereby call this assembly to a close.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit. Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Take your time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Sharlayan, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action. And there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
All right, Ojika Tsunjika. Let's go chat with you then. Prowl tells me the Forum made a rather momentous announcement. So there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me, I asked myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we'll get through this together, and who knows, maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as much. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Let's go to our chamber then. And try to remember to get that gear after we're finished here. A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Oh, we pick one. Let's see. Who would come asking for us? Check Alphino, I guess. Alphino?
Ah, I hope I didn't wake you.
Not at all,
I
buddy.
pray you will forgive the unannounced visit, but I wish to speak with you before retiring for the night. About Garlemald, and the time we spent with the people of Tertium. Dangerous though it was, I'm glad we had the opportunity to treat with Eulus and Quintus. I was worried what might happen after we were collared. If they attempted to restrain you too. If they succeeded. Once more, I put you in harm's way. And for that, I must apologize. Or rather, I should thank you for trusting in me time and time again. After all our journeys together, I dare say I've used every expression imaginable to convey to you my gratitude. Nevertheless, I hope these words of mine still carry some small weight. Tomorrow, our fight continues. Mayhap it would have been better to seek you out after we have true cause for celebration. But having mustered the courage to stand up to Father, and achieve a personal victory of sorts, I wanted to carry on in that spirit before my nerves got the better of me. The hour grows late, and you doubtless tire of my ramblings. I have a letter for Orenvold to finish, but we'll be off to bed shortly. Sleep well.
Short while earlier in the Alamegan quarter.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Hey, Attack Chicken, good to see you. Yeah, we're into the abominations portion here of the story, it looks like.
I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
And how are you doing today, Attack Chicken?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Meanwhile, in Ishgard,
Another day, another commission of paramount importance. Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat has abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Indeed. Alright, got our new gear. Go ahead and get our new headpiece here. A cap. A cap. Huh. Interesting looking cap. We look like a train conductor now, I think. Sky's aflame. Oh, Anne, I was just about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Rodzit-Han. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass. But moments ago, we received grim tidings from our contact in Rodzit-Han. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods! Are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Rodzit-Han are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Krile, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for a Yedlamad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Journey to Thavnair.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. The sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. Three dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimad. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around to the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we called Vanaspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Ritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. All right, let's do it. Banaspati. Let's see, who do I want to take with me? Alphino's probably good. I think I'll stick with Estinian. I like Estinian as DPS. All right, let's go.
Heed me. These are children of Thavnair. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
And this one hurt a lot. It is a bit of a step up, isn't it?
If this is the only way.
Finish your sentence, Future.
Pray continue onward.
Gotta remember, I can always be using my Peloton, too. It's too late for us all. This one, I think. Or this one, maybe? Sure. Either one. Mouth off again.
Cannot stop us!
My turn. You underestimate me!
Yeah, Helm of Naming. Alright.
What is this vile presence I sense?
It's a vile presence.
The Lord draweth near. Be on your guard.
Bracelet of Slave. Okay.
underestimate me!
You cannot stop us!
It's a raid! Oh my gosh! RKO! How are you doing? Thank you for the raid. Hey folks, welcome in. We're in the middle of a dungeon right now, but that's okay. We can stop here for a moment. We've got nothing around us. How are y'all doing today? Thanks for the raid. How did that stream go? How did that stream go, RKO? Welcome everybody, welcome. I'm Audible Zen, if you don't know already. I've seen quite a number of you. It's good to see you all here. Hey Mist, good to see you too. I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV mainly in my streams, but I do also play Infinite Undiscovery, usually on Wednesdays and Fridays, and sometimes on Mondays as well. But we are doing an unskipped playthrough of Final Fantasy XIV here. And we are in the last expansion, the most current expansion for the game, about halfway through the initial release of the expansion. We've got patches to go through after that, but we'll be here for a while, it looks like, for many streams to come here until we get this run through. But welcome in. Love to have you here. If you got any comments or suggestions, by all means, drop them down in the chat and let me know how you're doing. How's everybody doing out there? I'd love to know about it. That's why we're here, is just to chat and enjoy the stream and the game and the atmosphere together. And RKO, I understand you just finished with your stream, so take care of yourself. Appreciate you bringing your friends over here. Hope you take care of yourself and, just lurk or go off and do your own thing, whatever you have to do there. Good to see everybody. And Allie, too. I saw you coming in there as well. I hope everything's going okay with everyone. Oh, we're getting ready to fight this next boss, it looks like. All right, we'll get into this. Y'all just sit back, enjoy yourselves, relax, and we will be fighting the Terminus Wrecker here, it looks like.
You cannot stop us!
This will hurt. You underestimate me!
There we go. We avoided getting into the burns that time.
You cannot stop us!
You're mine!
There!
This will hurt. You're mine!
That was pretty well done, if I say so myself. The Embraces of Maiming. All right. Hey, RKO. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't have been in ad break there, I guess. I just hope you're doing okay as well. $8 p.m. Eastern time tonight, too. I ought to be able to get there tonight. Last night I didn't watch any stream and I was just doing other stuff. Crashed and everything.
Prepare yourself!
excuse me. I remember playing through this dungeon the first time. It gave me a bit of a headache. For sure.
This will hurt.
Ooh, another ring of aiming. Yeah, we'll take it. That'll bump us up to 532. Very nice. Gotta go here. There we go. This will hurt.
You're mine!
Blasphemy. Barbanu, I guess. Yeah, you love this one too, don't you, Attack Chicken? Yeah, once you figure it out, it gets to be more fun. It's a pain in the ass the first time I went through it, for sure. First few times I tried it. get over there. I'm not gonna make it. I knew it. I knew it. Got it off. Well, that's great, I guess.
My turn.
And we're done. Got some van braces of aiming. See if those will go on. Yeah, those will be new. Cool beans. Let's see, that's a Alaka Bulwar or Samurai. Okay.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnair, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I-One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here. It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you've learned.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
All right, we're back in town now. Got that one knocked out successfully. Oh, we got popcorn face too. Oh boy. Yeah, we like popcorn. Popcorn, popcorn, popcorn. Yeah. Our Radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to the city, though it pains me to know that those beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. And I'll just take the money, I think, for that one. Thank you for the popcorn face, legend. We're level 86 now. Doing level 85 quests. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Megaduda for the time being. There I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In that case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhap the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. If we can ascertain what exactly triggered these tragic events, it may give us some insight as to a possible solution. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alice and I will see to Pax's path. Thancred and Ishtola, pray, make for Dharma. I leave Artha to Graha and you, and any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of Megaduda, that we might share what we've learned with the satrap. Shall we be off then? Artha is home to the high crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nuhadin, the chief alchemist there, on our last visit. He should be happy to answer our queries. And Graha is accompanying us. Let's see. Be faster if we could just port. Yeah, we'll just port on over to there. We picked up all of our Ethernet shards last time we were here. Yeah, feel free to try out some of the fun stuff that's down in our panels. We've got a number of things that are free right now, like the stickers, and I think maybe, don't know if the voice mods are free, but we've got a number of things you can check out down there, and just feel free to play around with those if you'd like. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were with those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balshan Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poked its head out from amidst the stalls. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skyward. So the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then. What's Graha have to say about this here? Discuss the textile stall. So, this is Thavnairian weave. I must say it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvus. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Corvasi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Sharlayan, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days I've felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it, the wisdom of ancient Alec. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe. And one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvus again, if only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we've more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that tore through the bazaar. Did you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. Alrighty then. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Aye, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave. And then it was gone, as quickly as it came. Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First I heard the screams. Then a horde of ravening beasts came charging towards us. One of them was huge, bigger than a Marid, throwing people about like rag dolls, and it was eating them. I hid under the counter, saw others do the same. But the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng. Beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my good man. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of your fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived mostly unscathed. Pray, stay close to your friends and loved ones and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that is the most we can expect the people here to tell us. I think it best we find a place outside the bazaar where we might rest and review our findings. All right. Judging by their accounts, the transformation had already occurred by the time the beast reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetheryte Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that Mayhane can surely tell us more. All right. Let's go take a look then. Hey there, fearful hewer. Going after that enormous beast, are you? I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have taken a turn for the worse. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands and black mist was swirling about him. Then his whole body bursts apart and there stands a hideous, slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maws and bulging eyes. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again until the change takes them too. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? Hey, Zetsu, I'm doing well. How about yourself? No, I'm a decorator by trade. Not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Milil, the barmaid, chatting with them, though. She might know something. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Marid poured me a drink when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever heard. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Marid, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. Anyway, Zetsu, I'm doing great. You may have been in an ad break there. Sorry about that. Yeah, how have you been doing? Oh, hello there. Welcome to Mary's Mayhain. What can we get for you? We have come not for libations, but rather for information. You are a Milil, yes? Oh, 14's going good. We're about halfway through the initial expansion. This is the final expansion for Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker. We're about halfway through the initial release. We've got patches to do after that, so we've still got a lot to go through, but it's going well so far. We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Talzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnairian specialties. It's through him we met Matsya. Yes, the names ring a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnair? If I recall correctly, Talzal ran a trading operation in Yedlamad, and it was there that you made Matsya's acquaintance. I just said that, I thought. Yes, that is the same Talzal, no doubt. A rather successful man, from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere could not have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium indeed. Talzal was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting as far as I could hear. Yet, as they discussed matters further, Talzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Forgive me. I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Talzal in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Talzal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? Talzal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Talzal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama. The name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write down some directions. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come, let's see where this lead takes us. And Graha's accompanying us again. And where's the first stop here? Back that way. Yeah, we can cheat. We can cheat, I think, and just port over closer to there. We won't bother looking at some of the color text in between. And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Khalzal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. You are probably right. Hello, Mati. Khalzal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. He'd spend his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around. Then, at night, I heard the door open. I looked out to see Khalzal sitting on a bench, his head hung low. A man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see. The situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of. Other than the troubles with his consortium, he was the same old Khalzal, cordial and honest like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible incident at the bazaar, was he? I don't travel much these days, but my daughters told me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bazaar goings-on. Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter, and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Hello, Pariga. Could you come back another time? I just woke up and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnair. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray, allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Khalzal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Khalzal? Aye, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around thanks to a generous order from Ruvaid Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the streets. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Janabaha might be able to tell you more, though. As I recall, he was the one who brokered the arrangement. Janabaha at Ruvaid Fibers. This sounds promising and difficult to pronounce. Alright, let's go. And where is he going to be? Over this way. Let's see, probably closest to there. Now let's see what Graha's got to say about this here. Ruveda fibers. They're farming silkworms. This must be Ruveda fibers where we should find Genabaha. Okay. I guess that's all. Ooh, there's another one there. Let's see if we... Oops. Nope. Overjumped that one. Oh, well. And hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. Pardon me, but you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Go through that door and speak with Kamala. She'll tell you the rest. Remember, these textiles are our livelihood. Handle them with care. This area is for employees only. Out! Out! I'm here to help. What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Mindaruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you passed 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrafal by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manuha. And that massive crate there goes to Zaymera by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Let's see, how many hours for this one? Let's see. Yeah, we could actually go total that up fairly closely over on YouTube. Actually, I have all the videos uploaded to a playlist there for this particular run through. We're on this is I think day number 91. I think this is the 91st one, or the 91st video I have of it that we'll do. So if you figure, you know, at least 3 to 3.5 hours perhaps per stream, that's a lot of streams. We're talking over 300 hours there, close to it anyways at this point. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they've been delivered, consider your work here complete. I gotta go do some stuff here. Let's take the light crate. There we go. Here they are. Here's a crate. Threads, is it? Then you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. Yeah, I started streaming in when was it? Maybe the 2nd week of January this year, I think. And this was the first stream I ever started on, was this particular run through here. A crate of clothing, is it? I can take that off your hands. Many thanks for the delivery. And Infinite Undiscovery I started shortly after. On the alternate days, I was originally streaming only on, was it a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday? And then I decided to add streams on Wednesday and Friday and do another game, do Infinite Undiscovery on those days. So I did the normal mode playthrough, then a hard mode, and of course, as you know, I'm on the Infinity mode playthrough now. Interacting, and this one takes a little longer because it's so weighty, I guess. Ugh, so heavy. I say, you're quite the brawny one, aren't you? A good thing, that. Never know when you'll need to defend yourself in these unpredictable times. A crate full of fabrics, is it? Exactly what I was hoping to receive. Here, let me put that away for you. All right. You've carried all the crates to the storehouse, as you say, and so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jinabaha and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late. But generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from this trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. Done as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatus entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed? We did not. Thankfully, most of our workers had already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant he too sprouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then he too transformed. I'm sorry, there was something you wanted to ask? Indeed. You knew the merchant Kalzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzal? I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end, we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we'd have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he'd discuss it with his associates, but I could tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanaspati, yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here, the poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kalzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait. Could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Megadudo, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they will have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy, but remember, your lives are far more precious than any wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed, I thank you for your concern and pray you too take care as well.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the satrap!
The satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matya of Akyali, a humble fisherman. Ah, I remember you from our first visit. Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, stick their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
Kill them before it spreads.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
Run as fast as you can!
My son.
Enough! You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes. You will survive. You must.
Be strong, my friends! Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Alphino! Alizé! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matsya, show my friends to the village! I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest!
Right! Go with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
And we're outside now. Okay. Let's see. We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, it pains me to put you in harm's way, but I would ask your aid as well. Of course, Palaka's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I had no choice but to turn back. In that case, this is what we shall do. Anne, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beast you encounter. Alizé and I will keep Matsya hidden amongst the trees and follow when the path is clear. There's no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. All right, let's see what we got going on here. 277 to the west. Maybe I'll go grab that. Not too far away. Well, there it is. Oh boy, right close to all these guys here. Alright, well, let's see. Are we gonna trigger them? Alright, good deal. Ooh, 104 to the north. There's another one close by. There it is, up there on the rock. Alright. Get this etherite here. There we go. And I think we'll leave it for here for today. I'm gonna find us a raid here. And we can share the love here. Let's go visit somebody else here. Actually, there is a another game that I like. Another series I like really very much is Xenosaga series, and I want to go raid VG Culture HQ and bring y'all and let y'all check out that game as well. It's pretty cool, and spread some love to VG Culture also, please. So let me get that set up here. Let's see. But I do want to thank you all for hanging with me here today, and I hope you have a great rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you happen to be in the world today. And let's go share some love here with VG Culture here right now.